Good morning, we're in the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other ABC board members who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Bobby Cato. I did not hear you, Mr. Cato. I'm not hearing you, and my speaker is on. Hold on, I can't hear you. I'm Miss Jenny Henson. I think maybe there's an issue with Mike because I'm not hearing.
Mr. Chairman, do you hear Mr. Short now?
Yes, Mr. Short. I know I heard you, but I did not. I hear you, Mr. Short. Mr. Cato. I did not hear you, Mr. Cato. And Miss Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Yes, I can hear you. I think Mr. Cato. I think you're Mr. Cato. No, I can't hear you, Mr. Cato. So I thought it was my. Mr. Short, you're on two different equipment. So you're on two different equipment, Mr. Short. I'm seeing you on. You're logged in on two equipment.
Is that better, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can hear Mr. Short. You're on. Yes, Mr. Cato. I still can't hear you, Mr. Cato. No. All right. I know, Mr. Cato, are you there? All right. I cannot hear you, Mr. Cato. So we'll try to figure out how to fix your audio. All right, but Mr. Cato is online. All right. The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. I just want to advise the public, as long as there are 3 members online, we have a quorum, and we have 4 members online today, so we do have a quorum for the conduct of business. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit using them. Please submit using the question and answer feature. Our first case for this morning is a protest hearing status. Is case number 22 PRO 00094, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Good morning. Connor Smith, your access has been elevated. Jessica Mejia, your access has been elevated. Lana, your access has been elevated. Seema, your access has been elevated. And I'm unsure about Jody Green. Your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Jody Green, I'm here.
Hold on, yes, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Who's the licensee in this case? Is there, do we have the licensee for Union Oyster Bar and Lounge? Let me see something. Do we have a Mr. or Miss Rowe? Mr. Oriana, can you find out if there is a licensee for Union Oyster Bar and Lounge trying to get online, please?
Will do.
If you are the owner or the representative of Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, can you please identify yourself in the chat, please? And Mr. Ed Grandis, board member Grandis, has now joined us, so the board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today.
Connor Smith has confirmed that he is here for the Union Oyster hearing. I'm unsure about Jody Green, Lana, and Seema.
Hi,
No,
this is Jessica Mejia. The protestants for
Green.
the Oyster are on, so Connor Smith, Lana, and Seema, and myself are a part of the group of the protesters. I do not recognize Jody Green as part of our group, and I do not see the owner of Oyster online.
who is Jody Green? Jody Green,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
who are you? Who are you, Mr. Green?
I'm here.
Mr. Green, who are you, sir?
I'm with 2325 18th Street LLC. 2325 18th Street LLC.
What's 2325 18th Street LLC, sir? What's that?
It's a restaurant.
What restaurant is
License.
that, sir?
Well, it was Columbia Station.
I'm sorry, sir. I think you're on the wrong case. There's no.
That's what I have. I mean, it's 2325 18th Street.
Oh, hold on, sir. You're here for.
The license is in,
You're here for a different case. Okay, you're here for Minnesota liquor.
no, I'm not. I'm here for 2325. Other words,
Okay, that's hold on. Hold on. All right, sir. You're here for a fact-finding hearing on your hearing is I have not called your case. I have not called your case, sir. So Mr. Oriana, you're not here for this case, Mr. Green. So just stay. I have your case is going to be the I'm going to call at least one more case, then I'll call your case, sir. Okay.
okay.
So you're not here for this.
You can hear
I
me,
can
right?
hear you, sir. You're not here for this case, but I will call your case. You're the third case I'm going to call. Okay, sir.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, so you're not here for this case. All right. And the owner for Union, the owner for Union Oyster Bar and Lounge. I think I have a Mr. or Miss Rowe, and they're not here. And Mr. Oriana, have you reached out to see is there anyone else there waiting to try to get into this hearing, sir?
Yeah, I can verify there's no one waiting to be elevated.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Good morning, Miss. All right. So let me introduce the protestant. Miss Maheja. I'm sorry. Can you,
It's okay,
I'm sorry, your
Mejia.
name.
Jessica Mejia.
Miss Mejia. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yep, it's Jessica, last name Mejia, M as in Mary, Ejia.
And who else is here with you this morning, ma'am?
Connor, Lana, and Seema are on, and we have a fifth one, but she participated in the mediation and the first hearing, so that's why she's not on for this one, but we have a total of 5, so.
All right, so all right, so who else is here? I would like the other parties to introduce themselves for the record.
Got it. If you want to go, Lana.
Sure, I'll go. My name is Lana, spelled Lana. Last name is Malachevsky, spelled Malachevsky.
Who are you, ma'am?
I'm also one of the protestants. Is that the right term for it? Okay, yeah.
All right, who else is here?
Seema, do you want to go next? Or Connor? Oh, sorry, Seema.
Who else do we have?
I can go next. It's Connor Smith, spelled Connor. Smith. I'm also one of the protestants.
Who else do we have? Who else is online?
Seema, but he might be having a hard time unmuting. Seema, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Mr. Oriana, have you unmuted? I think this person whose name that's here on the screen as Seema, as I see that. I'm not sure if they're able to unmute themselves.
Yeah, the request has been sent both to Seema and Lana.
I was able to unmute. Oh.
Who is this Lana person? Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
I already did, but I can do it again. Lana, L-A-N-A,
Oh,
Malachevsky, M-A-L-A-C-H-E-V-S-K-Y, and I'm also a protestant.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I need this Seema person to identify themselves for the record. Can you find out this?
He appears to be on a mobile device.
Yeah, I believe he was at work, so he might be on his mobile, on his phone. So he might just be having a hard time unmuting himself.
Can you find out from him, ma'am, what is going on?
If there is
Yeah, I
a
just
way
texted
to
him.
like confirm his phone number, I can confirm that for you because I have his phone number.
Could someone contact him to find out what is going on?
Yeah, I just texted him. Apologies, Chairman.
If the SEMA person, if they're having a problem with the video, they can call us, they can participate by phone, and the information by phone, the phone information was just placed in the chat. Unless this person can identify themselves, I cannot, I don't know who this person is, and procedurally, this person has to identify themselves. So it's very important. It's very important that they identify themselves. If they cannot identify themselves, then I cannot move forward.
It's the 202 number that you just input it in the chat box. That's the number he would need to call.
Yes,
Okay.
all the information for the person for you to participate on telephone it's in the chat box.
Hello, you guys
Oh.
needed me?
Yes,
sorry,
we can hear you.
Who are you, sir?
Say it again.
Who are you, sir?
I am Seema. I'm a resident at 550 Moore.
Can you what is your full name, sir?
Seema Tessema.
Can you spell your name, sir?
Tessema.
Sir, I need you to spell your first and your last name, sir.
Seema, S-I-M-A.
What's your last name, sir?
Tessema, Tessema.
And you're one of the Protestants, sir?
Excuse me, sir. Repeat that.
Are you one of the Protestants in this case, sir?
Yes, I am along with the group. that is having a problem with the noise issue.
All right, at the roll call hearing, the protestant was granted conditional standing and under the understanding that at the show cause hearing status, 3 additional people who were not at the roll call hearing had to appear today. So because we now have 3 additional members who were not at the roll call hearing that they're here today, I make a motion that full standing be granted to the protestant group. Is there a second? Ms. Hanson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato. I still can't hear Mr. Cato, so just Mr. Cato gave us a thumbs up. Excuse me, Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis agree. So the board has now granted full standing to the protestant group to protest this liquor license renewal. Now I'm going to ask one more time: is there a licensee? Is there anyone on the line who represents Union Hospitality Group, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge? Is there anyone there who represents that group? Mr. Oriana, one last time, is there anyone else on the line who is trying to access this case?
I do not see anyone else on the line.
All right. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing on protest hearing status at 10:30. It is now 10:54, and there is not a licensee to represent the Union Oyster Bar and Lounge. And so because the failure of the licensee or a representative to appear for the protest status hearing, I make a motion that their application be dismissed. Is there a second? Is there a second by a board member? I did not hear you, Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen will second.
Hanson has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato has given a thumbs up that he agrees. Ms. Hanson.
Hansen agrees.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. All right, so what this means is that the ABC board has voted to dismiss the renewal application that's filed by the Union Oyster Bar and Lounge. We will issue a board order dismissing their renewal application. They will have 10 days to provide us reasonable notice why they fail to appear today. If they fail to respond within 10 days and to provide us with reasonable notice, we're dismissing their renewal application. And what this means is that they have to start the process back over again. One of the reasons why I conferred stand-in on the protesting group, because you were provided conditional stand-in at this status hearing, is that if they provide us reasonable note, if they provide us good cause, and if the board votes to reinstate them, you have stand-in. Or if the board, if they did not provide us reasonable cause why they failed to show up here today, and if they have to refile their application, if the protesting group decide to again protest the license application, you can make a motion to the board that we grandfather you in. Okay, so therefore you don't have to start the process back over. You just ask that you be grandfathered into this new application. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why I went through the process to ensure that standing was granted to you, because you did not get full standing at the status. I'm sorry, the roll call. If the three members were not here today, I would have dismissed your protest, and I would also dismiss the application. But all that the board did today was just to dismiss the application and confer standing on the protesting group. All right, so we will let you know. We will see where we are, whether or not they have protested, but you'll get something in writing what the next status is. I don't know. We have that the protest hearing is scheduled for December 7th, 2022, but I don't know what procedurally where we are until until the board receives a response from the licensee, and the board will make a determination if, as you see, some board members are having technical difficulties this morning. Maybe they'll say they had technical difficulties and can prove that they had technical difficulties. That's why they weren't able to be here. So I don't know, but we will see. But you will receive something in writing on the next step in this process. All right.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board.
All right. Thank you for being here today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. We now move to our show cause status calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00055, Lea de Salas, license number 60754. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Stefano Ortiz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Can you spell or state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, board members. This is Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. I see that the licensee is not here, but because this is a show cause hearing status, this matter I'm sorry. All right, hold on 1 minute, please. All right. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on December 7th, 2022 at 10:30. Is that the date you have, Mr. Ortiz? It's not a mic.
Unfortunately, I do not have that information readily available at this time, but I will speak to the attorney that's assigned to this matter. And I know she is aware of when the show cause hearing date is.
No, it's, yeah, the show cause hearings, is scheduled for December 7th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. That's what time it's scheduled for. So please inform your colleague that 7 days before the hearing that the office is required to provide us with a disclosure that discloses the document and witnesses that will be relied upon at a hearing if this matter proceeds to a hearing. Okay? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day. And I think that concludes your participation for the day, at least for the morning, Mr.
Yeah.
Ortiz. Thank you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See you in the afternoon.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22 CC 00012, Minnesota Liquor, license number 106557. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its consideration. The board will consider this offer in compromise on our legal agenda this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00050 Metro Bar, license number 117857. This case has been continued to a hearing to November 9th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the respondent with consent of the government. The next case is we have a fact-finding hearing on JG 2325 18th Street LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 116507. Mr. Oriana, there was a gentleman whose rights were elevated earlier this morning, and I forgot his name but are you able to re-elevate his rights for him to participate in this hearing, please?
Sure. Jody Green, your access has been elevated. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. There's
Hello, how are you?
Thank you. All right, hold on
Jody
1 minute, please. Hold on, sir. You have a camera so you can turn on?
I can see you.
Well, I can't see you, sir. So that's why I ask you.
Can you see me now?
No, sir.
How about now?
I can see Mr. Jackson, but now I can't. I still can't see you. But all right, that's fine. Mr. Jackson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Jeff Jackson, Jeff. First name, last name, Jackson.
And Mr. Green, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Jody Green, Jody, Green, Greene.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I have my license is in safekeeping.
You're the owner of the license, sir?
Yes.
And Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, you're the representative of,
yes, sir.
of Mr. Green?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is a fact-finding here, and I can't see you, Mr. Green, but just want to let you know that. So
I'm trying to get this thing to go.
All right.
Can you see me?
This matter is scheduled for a fact-finding hearing because this was the third request for safekeeping, and if I can see you, Mr. Green, I will let you know. Okay, so I will let you know when I'm.
Okay.
I will let you know when I'm able to see you. So if I don't say anything, I can't see you. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. So this matter was scheduled. This was the third safekeeping request.
Right.
The licensee has not provided with some specific details over the course of the safekeeping request starting on February 26, 2020. And previously we approved the request, but what we are trying to find out what is going on. Now, it's my understanding that after this hearing, the board requested a fact-finding hearing that a transfer request finally was filed with our office this past Monday. And so, Mr. Jackson, maybe you can provide us some information about this transfer request that was finally filed with our office earlier this week.
Yes, sir. Mr. Green has been having a hard time finding someone that was financially stable and that can get a clean hands to transfer the license to. So that's what's been taking so long. So he finally found a applicant that was able to get a clean hands, and we submitted that transfer application this past Monday.
Now, and I know that Mr. Green is not going to be the owner of the establishment, but do we know whether or not when this safekeeping request came in, this was for what period? Was this for was this a request to keep the license in safekeeping until September 30th, 2022, or was it through March 31st, 2023?
September 2022, I believe.
There was a request, so this was a request to keep it in safekeeping until September 30th, 2022.
Right, until it was renewed.
All right, so we're now in October, so therefore, and the transfer was just filed, so therefore the request would be to keep this license in safekeeping then until at a minimum March 31st, 2023. Would that now be the posture that this case is in?
Yes, sir.
And I know that you can't speak for the new owner, but do you know whether or not this license will be utilized prior
Yes,
to if the board was to grant? Well, based on today's date, we're now in November, so the license, although we haven't officially approved a safekeeping request through. I'm confused with the dates, and that's what. Hold on. Because I want to make sure that we're talking about when your request came in. Was it through? Do you know when is it that the request came into us for safekeeping?
To be honest, Mr. Chairman, I really don't recall the date.
I know that the original safekeeping, there was placed in safekeeping February 26, 2020. Then another request came in October 6, 2021. And then then another request came in April 6, 2022. So the safekeeping requests that came in for April 6, 2022 would have been approved through October 30th, 2022. So this request is to take us through March 31st, 2023. Yeah, so this request, the request that we are acting on today is a request moving forward to March 31st, 2023, based on the history. Because if we approved a request on April 6, 2022, that request would have taken us through October 31st, 2022. All right. So you're saying that you believe that with this new transfer application that was filed on October 31st, 2022, that if the board was to extend this safekeeping request through March 31st, 2023, that the license would be on board prior to that time. Is that the assertion that you're making, sir?
Yes, sir. Speaking with the applicant, really, they ready to open later this month or in December. So they ready to go. Once the transfer is approved, they ready to open.
All right. Any other assertions either you or Mr. Green wants to make on this, on the request for a safekeeping request?
No, I think we're right on point.
All right, thank you. Any questions want to be raised by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
I would like to say to the applicant or Mr. Jackson that in coming up this April of 2022, or actually 2023, if the license isn't in use by that time, I'm going to be very hesitant about voting for another extension. So you're assuring us that they're ready to open now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you won't be coming back in 2023 with any more requests for safekeeping.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Just to correct the record, they have filed. Mr. Green has filed as of October 31st, 2022, a transfer application, and so provided that the agency approves the transfer application, neither Mr. Green nor Mr. Jackson will come to us to request another safekeeping. It would be if there was another safekeeping request, it would come from the new owner of the license, and Mr. Jackson would only be involved only if that new owner decide to retain him to represent him. That's my understanding of where we are, Mr. Short. So we
That's
should
correct.
not see Mr. Green again, unless the agency, unless the board refused to approve the transfer.
Mr. Chair, I do understand that very much so. And again, I'd just like to reiterate, I, as a board member, would not like to see another request in 2023 for any further safekeeping. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Ms. Thank you. I was just saying that if another request comes in, it will not be from this owner unless the board rejects the transfer application. All right. So we will take this matter under advisement, Mr. Jackson, based on the new request, the transfer application that was filed. And so the board will take this under advisement and make a decision on granting we'll take it under advisement to make a decision whether or not we're going to grant the safekeeping request, and then based on that decision, the agency will move forward with the next step. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You
Thank you.
both have a great day. Thank you.
Take
You
care.
too, sir. Thank you.
All right. We've now concluded our morning agenda, and so our morning calendar, and we will now do our agenda items for the morning. And so we'll start off with our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 31st, 2022, for case number 22 CMP 00047, Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, interfered in the ABRA investigation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582385. The fine is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge number 2, no ABC manager, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There is a $250 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 3, operated outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B13. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. That is the offer in compromise. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Cato seconds.
Mr. Short, and I heard Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson? No, Ms. Hanson?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 31st, 2022 for case number 22 CMP 00030, Potomac Wine and Spirits license number 001926. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, held a conflicting interest in a Maryland wholesaler's license, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25303A3. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be, suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge number 2, failed to keep books and records for 3 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25112C2A. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge number 3, interfered in an ABRA investigation by providing false and misleading statements. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5. There will be a warning issue for this charge. Charge number 4, sold alcoholic beverages to on-premise retailers' licenses. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A1. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson, I didn't hear you.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated November 1st, 2022 for case number 22 CMP 00012, Minnesota Liquor, license number 106557. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale of alcoholic beverage to a minor. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. There is a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Number 2, suspension. The respondent's ABC license shall be suspended for 5 days, with all 5 days stayed for 1 year. Number 3, of the terms, training. All employees who sell, serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the OIC. Charge 3, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that ABC Board. I make a motion that the ABC Board accept this OIC. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. I'm sorry. Number 4 on our legal agenda, review of First Amendment to Settlement Agreement dated September 30th, 2022, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and the Eaton DC license number 095442. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato, a second the motion. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Thank you. Number 5, review of First Amendment to Settlement Agreement dated September 30th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Michelle's Baker's Daughter Eaton Wild Days Allegory, license number 120608. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 6, review of request to withdraw protest in case number 22 PRO 00052 dated October 28th, 2022. This is in Surfside, license number 113252. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is to review a request for safekeeping of license. This is trade name to be determined, used to be formerly Big Sky, license number 123018. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 2, review request to remove the carry out and delivery endorsement from the license. This is the Brixton license number 082871. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is for American Ice Company, license number 084577. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 4, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. Players Club, license number 108190. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new license. This is for Vin Bome, license number 122598. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr.
Ed
Short,
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 2, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Open Door Market, license number 123104. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
The Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review request for temporary retail operating retail permit. This is for Bukam Cafe, license number 123090. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 4, review request for temporary operating retail permits. This is for EME, license number 123089. I make a motion that we approve the request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 5, review request for an off-site storage permit endorsement to store alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 1368 H Street Northeast, 2nd floor. This is for Take Your Pick Liquors, license number 120147. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We now move to our vacate cease and desist orders agenda. There are 10 establishments on this agenda. I will review the names, and at the end of the list, I will ask for a motion. The ABC board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on October 19th, 2022. The first one is for the Shepherd Bar, license number 115939. The license was renewed on October 26, 22. Number 2, Dulce Galetti Cafe, license number 098384. The license was renewed on October 26, 2022. Number 3, District Chop House and Brewery, license number 116949. The license was renewed on October 27th, 2022. Number 4, Harriet's, license number 075642. The license was renewed on October 27th, 2022. Number 5, The Roasted Boone Company, license number 116937. The license was renewed on October 28th, 2022. Number 6, Vegas Lounge, license number 001273. The license was renewed on October 28th, 2022. Number 7, Wine Lair, license number 111924. The license was renewed on October 28th, 2022. Number 8, Chateau Remix, license number 103871. The license was renewed on October 31st, 2022. Number 9, Larry's Lounge, license number 09087106. The license was renewed on October 31st, 2022. And number 10, Siwa's Convenience Store, license number 118877. The licensee paid the 3rd year annual fee on November 1st, 2022. I therefore make a motion that ABC board vacate the cease and desist order, the vacate and This orders previously issued on October 19th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Grandis will second.
Mr. Short has second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda for Class B license. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Number 1, Akavina, Ikavina Wine and Spirits. License number 117009, the licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. 7-Eleven, license number 026520, the licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 3, Three Stars Brewing Company, license number 087686, the licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. And Direct to Domain, license number 089590, the licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. I therefore make a motion that these licenses be canceled. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda for Class C and D realtors. On this agenda, there are 29 cases, licensees. The ABC will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. At the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the license be canceled. Number 1, the Occidental, license number 009870, the license did not renew. Don Jaime, license number 021925, the licensee did not renew. Number 3, the Green Island Cafe Heaven and Hell, license number 074503, the licensee did not renew. Number 4, Dodge City, license number 078749, the licensee did not renew. Number 5, Room 11, license number 079568, the licensee did not renew. Number 6, Ripon DC, the license number 070830, the licensee did not renew. Number 7, Tekka Korean, license number 091197, the licensee did not renew. Number 8, Stadium Club, license number 094244, the licensee did not renew. Number 9, Elife, ELIFE, license number 095047, the licensee did not renew. Number 10, Homewood Suites by Hilton, Washington, D.C., New York Avenue, and Hampton Inn and Suites, Washington, D.C., New York Avenue at 4th Street Northeast. License number 101534, the licensee did not renew. Number 11, Cucina al Volo, license number 104755, licensee did not renew. Number 12, Smoking Pig, license number 104866, licensee did not renew. Number 13, Vivid, license number 105922, the licensee did not renew. Number 14, Trattoria al Volo, license number 108217, licensee did not renew. Number 15, Brick Lane Restaurant, license number 109778, the licensee did not renew. Number 16, Kitsuin, license number 110893, the licensee did not renew. Number 17, Angso Cider, license number 111665, licensee did not renew. Number 18, the Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757, licensee did not renew. Number 19, We Walk, license number 115540, licensee did not renew. Number 20, D Rum Spot, license number 117701, the licensee did not renew. Number 21, Crew Hemp Lounge, license number 117958, licensee did not renew. Number 22, Brava Lounge, license number 118192, licensee did not renew. Number 23, Sankofa Cafe, license number 118499, licensee did not renew. Number 24, Heat, license number 084620, the license is in safekeeping and the license did not renew. Number 25, Your District Space, license number 087727, the license is in safekeeping and the licensee did not renew. Number 26, Edge Wet, license number 108137, the license is in safekeeping and the licensee did not renew. Number 27, Caribbean Kitchen, license number 109111, the license is in safekeeping and the licensee did not renew. Number 28, Liberty Development Group LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 115615, the license is in safekeeping, the licensee did not renew. And number 29, Keeler LLC, Kiel, Keel LLC, license number, trade name to be determined, license number 117182, the license is in safekeeping and the licensee did not renew. I make a motion, therefore, that ABC Board cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, a second motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 9 licensees on this docket. I will go through all 9. I will state the name of the license, what's been requested, and then I'll make a motion that we approve these licenses. The first request, a request from Dwayne Osborne, a one-day license class F. This is for the Van Gogh Expo. This is for November 5th and November 6th. The license number is 12303, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 2, a request from Joseph Prego, one-day license class G for wedding. This is on November 12th, 2022. The license number is 123077, 112 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from Kale Seca, Akil de Oliveira, and it's spelled Kailasa. The second last name is AQEL-DEOLIVIEARA. This is for one-day license class G. This is for happy hour and dinner. This is November 8th, 2022. The license number is 123091, 50 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Valor Brew Pub, a one-day substantial change. This is for them to participate in the Wisconsin Avenue Open Streets. Nature is a substantial change to use a license off premises at 4810 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest to participate in the Open Streets event. This is for November 5th, 2022. The license number for the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Valor Brew Pub is 071793. The substantial change number is 22SC01028, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 5, Rodman's Discount Spirits, a one-day substantial change. This is for them to participate in the Wisconsin Open Streets Project. Nature of substantial change, to extend off-premises services, to do a tasting for the Wisconsin Avenue Open Street event. This is on November 5th. The license number is 120765. The substantial change license number is 22SC01037, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 6, a request from Cotton and Reed Inc. Cotton Reed, trade name Cotton Reed, one-day substantial change. This is for a watch party for DC Council candidate. the nature of substantial change to have entertainment, entertainment with a DJ. This is on November 8th, 2022. The license number is 099505. Substantial change is 22 SC 01048, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, another request from Cotton Reed for 1-day substantial change. This is for a birthday party. Again, they want to have entertainment with a DJ. This is on January 4th, 2023. The license number is 099505. Substantial change license is 22 SC 01047. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, this is a pub crawl from Regmo Promo Golden Inc., a pub crawl 1-day substantial change. They're asking for 1,000 folks. This is for the U Street NYE bar crawl. This is December 31st, 2022. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license is 22 SC 00006. The next request, another request from Regmo Promo Golden Inc., the Hip Hop Bar Crawl MLK Weekend 23. 1-day substantial change. They're asking for 1,000 people. This is the Hip Hop Bar Crawl for MLK Weekend 2023. This is January 15th, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license is 22 SC 00005. And I make a motion that ABC board approves these licenses. There a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our license and administrative docket. The license administrative docket is a docket that authorizes the agency to issue a license because all the other prerequisites for a license has been met. So there are 20 applicants on this agenda, and so I'll read all 20 names, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion for the board to approve the agency issuing these licenses. So the first request is from Charlene's Bar and Grill, license number 118103. They're a retailer C restaurant. Change of our application. Number 2, a request from Anna Free, ANAFRE. Their license number is 108769. Retailer C restaurant. Entertainment endorsement application. Number 3, request from Tora Bar, license number 092074. Retailer C Tavern, entertainment endorsement application. Number 4, Solace Outpost, license number 117170. Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to add brew pub endorsement, change of hours, application for inside premises and summer garden, and expansion to increase the occupancy load from 548 to 861. Number 5, this is a personal importation permit application from Justinas Silinkis, Sileikis. The license is 22 IMP 00029. Number 6 is another personal importation permit application. The requester is Catherine R. Bergeron. The license number is 22 IMP 00030. Number 7, a request from District Chop House and Brewery, license number 116949, Retailer C Tavern. Letter of request to remove the officer Jonathan Childs, managing member. Number 8, Buffalo and Bergen. License number 115050, caterer's license. Letter of request to remove the officer, Jamie Leeds. Number 9, a request from Beautea, Beautea. Their license number is 114006. Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is BEAUTEA /Reren, REREN. Number 10, a request from Las Gamelas. license number 117461. A Retailer C Tavern trade name change application. The new name is Destino, Destino. Number 11, 2436 18th Street Associates LLP, trade name to be determined. Transfer without sale application, safekeeping application. Number 12, O Mama Grill DC, license number 122179, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application number 13, Yasmin, license number 122516, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 14, Spar Liquors, license number 122961, Retailer A Liquor Store transfer with sale application. Number 15, Republic, REPUBLIQ, license number 122954, Retailer C Tavern transfer with sale application. Number 16, The Avery, license number 121441, Retailer C Bread and Breakfast, new ABC license application. Number 17, Duffy's Irish Pub, Capitol Hill East, license number 122071, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13, WNS Liquor and Deli, license number 122985, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 19, Columbus Club, license number 107244, Retailer C Tavern, change of officer application. Thomas Philip Him, H-E-I-M, and Brian Christopher Herman, Herrmann. And number 20, Columbus Club, license number 107244, Retailer C Tavern, letter to request to remove the officers Brittany Mayer hyphen Schuler and Kevin McNamara. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
The Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the morning, and the board will now recess until our 1:30. So thank you very much for your participation this morning. The board is in recess until 1:30. I now ask board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a good morning. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I'm joined by two other members this afternoon, Mr. Bobby Cato and Mr. Ed Grandis. I just want to assure the general public that a quorum for the ABC board is 3 members. So as long as there's 3 members present, we do have a quorum, and we have a quorum this afternoon to conduct business. All right, so before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 3 cases scheduled for our afternoon calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So our first case this afternoon, I'm going to call the cases out of order. So the first case I'll call this afternoon, or better yet, the first case I'm going to call is case number 22PRO00052, Surfside. This case has been canceled due to the ANC's withdrawal of the protests. The second case I'm going to call, and again, I'm calling the cases out of order. So the second case I'm going to call is case number 22-251-00008, which is Georgetown West End's Costas Rum Bar, license number 109462. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in Georgetown West End Costas Rum Bar, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. Andrew Shove, your access has been elevated. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Let's start with the government. Mr. Cello, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. This is Anthony Cello, ANTHONY-CELO, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon, sir. Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state, identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Sidon Johannes, here on behalf of Wabbit LLC. It's SIDONYOHANNES.
Mr. Sherwood, could you please spell and state your identify yourself for the record, please, by spelling and stating your name? Mr. Sherwood.
Last SCH. Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now, sir. So start at the beginning, please, sir.
Office, but Andrew Showolf, last name SCHULWO.
All right, that's fine. Or you can keep your video. I think we can hear you well. We can hear you well, sir, if your video was off. And if this matter goes to a hearing, I see that Mr. Cello, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you have a witness you'd call? I think she's on the line.
Yes, Investigator Nelson is on the line.
Investigator Nelson, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
I'm ABRA Investigator Makia Nelson. That is MIKEA. Last name NELSON.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson. All right, Mr. Cilio. Good afternoon, sir. This matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing. It's my understanding there is some preliminary matters that we need to address. So are there any preliminary matters that needs to be addressed in this case, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that we have reached an agreed offer in compromise for board approval that can be read onto the record.
And what is the offer in compromise, sir?
I will read it in its entirety. In the case, well, I don't need to read the caption, but the offer in compromise for board approval, the District of Columbia jointly with the licensee submits this offer in compromise to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board as authorized by 23 DCMR 1604.5 for approval for the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OIC, this case will conclude. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, litigation of the show cause hearing will continue. Respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of the notice of show cause hearing that any show cause hearing or other proceedings, respondent may be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, produce witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter. The terms of the OIC are as follows. Charge 1. Security employee physically assaulted several patrons in violation of the laws of the District of Columbia, a violation of DC Code 25823A1. For that, there will be a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Additionally, as a second term, respondent shall submit a security plan to ABRA and to the Office of the Attorney General by 5 p.m. on November 30th, 2022. The security plan shall comply with all applicable requirements under DC Code Title 25 and corresponding regulations, including 22 DCMR 402. The security plan shall be reviewed and approved by ABRA. The revised security plan shall include requirements for routine training of security staff. Charge 2. The licensee allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose under DC Code 25823A2. The fine for that is a $1,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Yohannes, it's my understanding that an OIC was provided and it was read in the record. And I know that your client owns 50% of the record. I'm sorry, a license that's jointly owned by two parties. Is your client in agreement with the offer in compromise?
Yes, my client is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
And is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
Mr. Sherwood, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise and your client is the also joint owner of this license. Is the offer in compromise that was read in the record, is that your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
It is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
And is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
They are. If I may add one thing, just for the record, I want to make it clear, this is consistent with the parties' agreement that with regard to charge 1, on the security employee was the security employee of Costas, not of Georgetown Suites. And as to charge 2, it was Costas that allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose, not Georgetown Suites. It's not reflected in the offering compromise, but I wanted to make the record clear on that. There is no dispute with regard to the co-licensing.
Thank you for making that putting on the record, sir. But I remember, as I've advised all the parties throughout this litigation, that as far as the ABC board is concerned, we do not see joint parties, and in the sense that we're gonna attribute blame to one side or the other. As far as the board and the agency is concerned, it's one license. And but I see that you place it on the record. The record will reflect your statement, but as far as I'm just want to clarify, as far as the ABC board is concerned, we see one licensee, and that's who we see. And so whatever terms and conditions that the board will agree, we're agreeing, are we going to impose on the licensee for this establishment. Okay. All right. Any questions by the board members? Hearing no questions, I then make a motion that the offer and compromise, and the offer and compromise that's presented, the charge for charge one, security, charge one, a security employee physically assaulted several patrons in violation of the laws of the District of Columbia, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A1. There is a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, respondent shall submit a security plan to ABRA and the Office of the Attorney General by 5 p.m. on November 30th, 2022. The security plan shall comply with all applicable requirements under DC Code Section 25 and corresponding regulations, including 25 DCMR Section 402. The security plan shall be reviewed and approved by ABRA. The revised security plan shall include requirements for routine training of security staff. Charge 2. Allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. That is a term of the offer and compromise. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 3-0. I want to especially thank the parties for agreeing to an offer and compromise. I know that this has been a contentious issue, but the board appreciates that the parties were able to come to an agreement to solve this problem, to solve this litigation. So thank you very much for the offer and compromise, and this matter is now dismissed. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you all.
Have a good afternoon.
Bye. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 19-251-00157, assets, license number 113585. Mr. Oriana, can you please have the parties for this case available to testify, please?
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Jeffrey Schaefer, your access has been elevated. Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. George Garcia, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Ortiz, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Ortiz, if this matter goes to a hearing, would the government be calling any witness? And if so, who's that witness?
Yes, the government will be calling one witness, the ABRA investigator, George Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
George Garcia, GEORGE GARCIA.
Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Richard Bianco on behalf of the licensee. My name is spelled R-I-C-H-A-R-D B-I-A-N-C-O. With me, I have the owner of the establishment, Jeff Schaefer, and I will allow him to introduce himself at this point.
Yes, good afternoon. Jeff Schaefer, J-E-F-F, last name Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-F-E-R.
You are the owner of the establishment, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing. Are there, Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Well, the district would just like to know what witnesses opposing counsel will be calling today's hearing. Opposing counsel filed timely his witness list. In that list, it indicates at least roughly 14 potential witnesses, and the district would just like to know which, if any, of the witnesses opposing counsel shall be calling, and if so, what will they proffer? What the proffer will be.
Mr. Bianco, if do you plan to call the witnesses today, sir?
Definitely not 14. So my plan in my case in chief is to call Mr. Schaefer only. The other witnesses named were individuals identified in the report, and I reserve the right to call them for impeachment or rebuttal purposes if needed, but I do not expect to have to do that.
Is that satisfactory to you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
All right, so this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing today, and the government goes first. The process is that the government will give an opening statement, then the licensee can either give an opening statement at this juncture or reserve their right once they present their case. And once we have the opening statement, the government goes first, present its case, call its first witness, cross-examination. The board will have an opportunity to cross-examine, to ask questions of the witness. Once that's done, then the licensee will present its case, and the government can cross-examine, the board can cross-examine, remove documents and evidence, we have closing, and then unless the parties decide to do findings of fact and conclusion of law, then the board will deliberate on the matter. All right, so Mr. Ortiz, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, I do at this time.
Sir, are there any other preliminary matters that we need to address before we start that? I apologize.
Not from the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Bianco said no. So, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in the show cause matter of assets and establishment located at 1805 Connecticut Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charges that the licensee, one, allowed the licensed establishment to be used for unlawful or disorderly purpose in violation of DC Code Section 25-823A2, and charge two, that the establishment violated the terms of its board-approved security plan in violation of DC Code Section 25-823A6. The evidence will show that on October 19, 2019, an altercation occurred between the Assets security staff and a patron. The evidence will further show that the establishment engaged in a method of operation that was conducive to unlawful or disorderly conduct. The evidence will also show that the establishment failed to follow a security plan by using excessive force on a patron, failure to contact police, and failing to create an incident report log. The district will be calling one witness, ABRA investigator George Garcia. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bianco, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture?
Mr. Chair, I would like to reserve for presentation of our case in chief, if that's okay.
All right, thank you. Does the government wish to call its first witness?
Yeah, the government wishes to call its first witness, ABRA investigator George Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Investigator Garcia, where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position at?
I'm an investigator.
Okay. And what are your duties and responsibility as an investigator?
We conduct investigations and inspections of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And how long have you been an investigator?
3 years.
And are you familiar with an establishment called Assets?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
I conducted an inspection along with an investigation of the establishment.
All right, and when did you conduct this investigation?
October 19th of 2019.
And did you create a case report?
I did.
All right. And now I'm going to direct you to a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an objection as to the case report at this time. I'd ask you to indulge me for a minute while I make my record. Is that all right?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Bianco.
With the understanding of how the board typically rules on these matters, I would like to make my record. Generally, case reports and police reports are hearsay, but admissible as public or business records. However, the hearsay within the reports must either fit an exception or be quote unquote reliable. According to the Administrative Procedures Act, here it is not. The report contains multiple hearsay where the investigator is quoting what a third party told him about what a fourth party said. That is not reliable inherently, especially as here, where the purported eyewitness is not here to be cross-examined. The incident took place 3+ years ago, and the witness, the purported victim, has a direct interest in the statements that he made. So my objection is that any hearsay be struck from the document, especially multiple hearsay where we're 3 or 4 steps down the road. Thank you.
I would respond that hearsay is admissible in these proceedings, and therefore it should not be. It should be allowed. Regarding any other objections at this time, I would state that council can make that objection if it comes into play with the investigator's testimony. I think it's too early to make a ruling on that objection that he alleges that hearsay upon hearsay.
But as you know, this is an administrative hearing, and the hearsay rule in administrative hearings are not as strict as it is in a court of law. And secondly, this is a case report, and the case report is a matter of the agency's records. Thirdly, Mr. Garcia is the investigator who spoke to the witnesses in this case, and so you'll also have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. The investigator regarding the facts and conclusions that are made in his reports. On that, I will sustain the objection. I'm sorry, I will overrule the objection. I'll overrule the objection at this juncture and allow the witness to testify. But you have created a record, Mr. Bianco, and that will let's move on with the first witness.
Board's indulgence.
I want to make sure that everyone has have, with the exception of Mr. Ortiz and the witnesses and Mr. Garcia, I'm asking that everyone has put their line on, mute their line, please. I'm getting some feedback and I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from. All right.
Mr. Garcia, I'm directing you to a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. Do you recognize? And I'm going to scroll down to our down this, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it.
Okay.
And do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
It's my investigative case report.
Okay, and why did you create this report?
I created the report to document the incident that took place at Assets,
All right, and what is the date on this report?
October 19th of 2019.
All right, and did you attach any exhibits to this report?
I did.
Okay, and now having viewed this document is almost in its entirety. Sports indulgence. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the case report
It is.
that you created for Assets on October
Yeah.
19, 2019?
That's correct.
At this time, Mr. Chairperson, the government will move Government Exhibit 1, the case report, into evidence, understanding that it's already part of evidence, but it's just for the record.
Save objection.
Yes, sir. Noted for the record, Mr. Bianco.
Okay, now can you describe the events that led to the investigation of Assets?
My supervisor, my office was notified that an incident took place by MPD with a 251 investigation, and we were provided with that 251 report, and from there, that initiated the investigation.
All right, and can you please describe more of the events that occurred based on after you started your investigation of Assets?
After starting the investigation?
Yes, after receiving that.
So after receiving the 251 report and the notification, we just received information that the establishment had an assault take place, and they needed someone to determine what occurred during this incident, when the incident took place.
All right, and what were the facts surrounding this alleged assault?
So the establishment, so the facts on the 251 are the facts that I determined.
Just the facts about the cases that about the found in your case report.
Okay, so I did find that the establishment was in violation of their security plan, and I also did find 2 violations within their security plan that occurred on that incident.
Okay, and what exactly did you observe?
Observed that the establishment failed to document any incident on their incident log report or maintain that log, their incident log reports within the establishment, and they also failed to alert MPD during any incident or altercations that took place within the establishment.
Can you please describe the incident that you're indicating?
So, basically, after reviewing the investigation and the video footage, I determined and observed that an assault took place with a patron at the establishment involving members of the security staff.
And did the establishment have okay, so did the establishment have security guards working on October 19th, 2019?
They did.
All right, and as part of your investigation, did you speak to any of the security guards?
I did.
And did you speak to a security guard by the name of Anthony Mays?
I did.
And what did he inform you?
He did inform me that the victim was taken out of the establishment because he was stealing money from strippers. So he was taken out of the establishment, and while he was being taken out of the establishment, that the victim dropped the phone, and Mr. Mays went to pick it up and give it back to the victim, and the victim assaulted him in the face and snatched his chain and ran away.
All right, and after the victim ran away, what did if anything, what did Mr. Mays do?
Mr. Mays advised me that he chased after the victim in order to obtain his chain back.
All right, and did you ask him if MPD was called?
I did.
And what did he say?
He replied no.
Okay, and now Did you also interview the head of security, Barak Sahiner?
I did.
All right. And did you ask him if MPD was called?
I did.
And what did he say?
He also replied no.
And when you interviewed Mr. Sahiner, what did he indicate, if anything, regarding the assault that took place?
He advised me that he didn't know of the assault that took place, and he also advised me that none of his security staff was involved in the matter.
You're stating now that he indicated that none of the security team was part of the group. Strike that. Did you also interview Mr. Sahir on November 17th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And did he indicate on November 17th, did he indicate whether any of the security staff was part of the group of men in the altercation?
Yes. On November 17th, when I re-interviewed the head of security, he did advise me that 2 of his security men were involved in the altercation.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you ask Mr. Sahiner whether the incident was entered into the incident report log?
I did.
And what did he say?
And he replied no.
Okay. Now, regarding the allegations made by security staff, specifically that the victim snatched a chain from a security guard's neck, did you find any evidence to corroborate that?
I did not.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review surveillance videos?
I did.
All right. And you strike that. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Government Exhibit 2 for identification. Force indulgence. All right.
And if we could stop here for a moment, Mr. Chair, I'm going to interpose an objection as to the video evidence. Again, I will ask your indulgence for a brief moment while I articulate it. The evidence has been the 2 videos that the government intends to show have been previously presented to us per the rules, and I've had the opportunity to review them. Although in the case report, there are specific time stamps as to time of day referenced and date stamps. The video being proffered by the government in this hearing contains no time stamps and no date stamps, so there is no way to ascertain when the actual video is from, or what times, or how the 2 videos correspond to one another. This is a violation not of the hearsay rule, which is liberally construed, but of the best evidence rule. The video is not admissible. In this proceeding, we produced video that was appropriately time and date stamped, and for whatever reason, perhaps because 3 years has elapsed, the government is not presenting that in this hearing today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes, the video is the same video that was, this video was provided by Assets. Now, the timestamp is not an actual timestamp, it's the name of the file. And so when I provided this exhibit for to the board and opposing counsel, I named it Exhibit 2. And so the name of the file changed on my end. Now, the witness is going to testify that this video is the video that he observed and noted in the case report with the timestamp. Well, not timestamp, but the name of the file. Now, if opposing counsel would like me to provide the exact video with the name of the file, which will give you the timestamp, then I'm willing to do so. But my witness will testify this is the same video that he refers to in the case report that was provided by Assets.
If I may, on that issue, looking at the case report specifically states that the investigator reviewed the camera And an incident began at 2:02 a.m. and 31 seconds, and then something occurred at 2:05, 2:06, etc. And those timestamps and date stamps are not on the video that's being proffered. So I think their biggest problem is the interplay between the two videos. There's no way to correspond those two videos as to time, not to mention the authentication and best evidence rule issues that they have with this video. The case report's been admitted. There's in the case report specific timestamps referenced. I think if he wants to testify about that, we've objected to it already. That would be, the board can consider that. But the actual showing of the video, we would consider inappropriate based on the deficiencies in the evidence.
Well, the case report's already introduced into evidence along with exhibits, and exhibits is part of the case report. The time is not at issue in this case. It's what occurred, and the video will show that what occurred, this altercation. Opposing counsel does not mention that this is not a video taken from the establishment. The concern is the time here, and the time is not relevant to these proceedings.
I don't know what this video is, and I'm hearing that this is a video from the establishment. I mean, of course, the establishment will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness regarding the video. So I'm going to overrule the objection, and so we can address this issue if I don't know why this video is here. If times are appropriate, and if there's no timestamp, then I mean I would be concerned. But just let's see where the evidence takes us, and I know you're a learned attorney, Mr. Bianco, that you'll do vigorous cross-examination of the witness who's going to testify about this video.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Investigator Garcia, do you recognize this video?
I do.
All right, and what is it?
It's video footage that I have obtained from the establishment.
All right, and what date is this video depicting?
October 19th of 2019.
And how do you know?
Because it's the date that I've obtained the video footage.
And is this a true and accurate recording of the scene?
It is.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as it appeared on October 19th, 2019?
It does.
And besides the name change of the file, has there been any edits, changes, additions, or deletions to the recording?
No.
At this time, the government moves Exhibit 2 as its video from inside of the establishment on October 19, 2019 into evidence.
We object for lack of foundation at this point, and don't think we don't think it's admissible at all, but certainly not now, especially based on the case report, which indicates that the investigator was not even in the establishment on October the 19th and has no basis to testify about what it looked like or did not look like on that date. His investigation didn't even begin until November the 2nd.
I guess a problem I'm having, I don't know what it is. I think Mr. Ortiz, I mean, maybe we need to see more of the video to have the witness testify about what's occurring here, because I don't know what video, I don't even know why this video is been proffered. Unless you can provide some more background, I mean, let's see the video. Maybe the witness can talk about the video, but I'm not quite sure what is it that this video is supposed to provide the board.
Understood. Now, Mr. Investigator Garcia, who provided you this video?
If I'm not mistaken, it was the ABC manager or the owner himself.
Okay. Do you have any doubt that this video is from assets and taken from October 19, 2019?
He said, do I have any doubt?
Yes.
No, because it's what I requested.
Okay. And is this the same video that you took notes on in your case report?
It is.
And what is this video going to depict?
It's going to show the victim that was taken out of the establishment for stealing the stripper's money.
Okay, and thank you. And did you viewed this as part of your investigation?
I have.
Okay. Now the government again moves to Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Mr. Ortiz, the problem I'm having. Why didn't you play the video? I don't know what this is. I don't know that's a problem that I have, and I think that's a problem. At least that's what's been raised. I don't know what this video is, so maybe it appears that this video is how. I'm sorry.
It's 30 minutes long, but I'm only going to show about just probably 1 minute in total. I was going to fast
Why
forward.
don't you show the video? So show the video, have the witness testify about the video, and then we can make a determination whether or not, because I don't, as you said, the 30-minute video, I don't know what's on this video that I'm going to put into evidence.
Understood. All right, Investigator Garcia, can you please describe what you observed once I hit play?
So right here is the head of security removing the victim from the establishment, and alongside him is another member of the security staff.
All right, and I'm just gonna rewind a little bit just so you could describe this patron, the clothing he's wearing.
The patron is wearing a jean jacket, either white or black Nike Dunks, black belt, blue jeans.
All right. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Chairperson, at this time, that was the one snippet of the video that I was going to show, and I would like to move this into evidence.
Bianca?
Same objection.
I would argue once again that the case report and its attachments are part of the record, and therefore this video, which is stated also in the case report, should be part of should be entered as an exhibit as well.
I'm looking in the case report. Is there? Oh, well, hang on.
I'm looking at the case report myself. I'm trying to.
Maybe if I ask my witness one more question. Investigator Garcia, what was the name of the file that you used in this report for this video?
So that is CH1220191019.
Thank you. Now, when you indicated the time in your case report, how did you strike that? So I'd like to move this exhibit into the evidence.
I'm looking at the case report and I see where it lists exhibits attached. It says Exhibit 8, video camera footage. I don't see anything attached indicating what video camera footage. Is this the video that is Exhibit 8 to the case report, or is this some other video? I mean, I suppose that goes to my objection, but I guess I'm trying to figure out, based on Mr. Ortiz's response to my objection, where this is part of the report.
Well, Exhibit 8 says video camera footage. So this is part of the video footage that was provided by assets to the investigator. which assets had on as part of the record because they provided it to the admin investigator.
Waiting for you, Mr. Bianco.
Oh, Mr. Ortiz's explanation that it's probably what was provided as by assets is, I think, goes to the heart of my objection. There are two videos he intends to show. One of them is identified as Exhibit 8 video camera footage. There's no indication in the report whether it's this video or some other video. There are two that he intends to show, I think. We don't know which is which. We don't know how to correlate the two. Again, there's no time or date stamps. And this was 3 years ago. So saying it was probably what assets provide, I think underscores the problem in his case.
The owner of assets is here. If he wants to indicate whether or not that's his establishment, then he can proffer as to that. But this was what was provided, and the investigator testified. This was provided by assets, and he reviewed it based on this investigation that took place.
I'm 100% sure that the owner of assets cannot identify a video snippet that he did or did not provide 3 years ago. But he's here. It's the government's burden. It's their case in chief. And they have to show the appropriate admissibility of the document. It seems that they can't do that.
Again, the investigator did testify that this video is the video pertaining to the one in the case report that indicates CH12_2019-1019.
I mean, I'm looking at the case report, and the case report says that Exhibit 8 is the video camera footage that was provided by assets. Now, I don't believe, is there a dispute? Is there a dispute that this is not a video of assets?
Having been to the premises, it appears to be a video of assets. Exactly when or why it's being proffered, I'm sorry, exactly when, that I can't speak to. And I think the government can't either. And that's the problem that they have here. They've alleged a specific incident on a specific day at a specific time, and can't draw that straight line here based on the evidence that's on the record.
I'm not quite sure what it is, what the purpose of why this document is being introduced into evidence, but where we are is that it's been identified as part of the case report, and the investigator has testified that this is one of the videos that was provided to him by the establishment. So I'm going to overrule the objection. However, I'm not sure. Maybe at some point the government will tell us what it is that this, if they're going to show us more of the video, and what it is that it is supposed to represent. Because okay, it's a video, but because it's a part of the case report, because it's part of our records, I'm going to admit it. But at this juncture, I'm not quite sure the probative value of it to the board, unless we are shown later on what the relevance of this document. But I'll overrule the objection because it's part of the agencies. It's part of the case report, and by law, the case report is automatically a part of the administrative record. Okay, so let's move on.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 2 once again, since it's already admitted into evidence. Investigator Garcia. Now I'm going to fast forward it so that you could inform the board of what you're observing here. Oh, sorry. Board's indulgence. Now I'm gonna. I'm gonna fast forward government exhibit 2 to 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the video time. And please describe what you see now. I'm gonna pause it. Please describe to the board what you observe.
From what it looks like, a member of the security staff is entering the establishment with a jacket and black and white Nike Dunks sneakers.
Now, who do you believe that those article of clothing belong to?
It seems to be items of the victim that was removed from the establishment.
Thank you. Now, moving forward now, you indicated earlier that the name of the file was CH 2019-1019, correct?
CH12 _ 2019-1019.
Thank you. And can you describe to the board what those numbers mean, if anything?
So CH12 is the camera that was provided to me, _ and 2019-1019 is the date. The original file originally came with additional, the timestamp behind it, behind the title of the file as well.
Okay. And so what would be the date of this video then, based on the numbers?
So this one would be _200 _0200.
And sorry, what was the date?
The date was 2019-1019.
And what date would that be?
October 19th of 2019.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to show you now what has been marked as Government Exhibit 3 for identification purposes, which is a video that was part of your exhibits as well. All right, can you please describe, do you recognize, sorry, need to share it. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It's camera footage that I obtained from the establishment.
All right. And did you review this as part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and what was the date of this recording?
October 19th of 2019.
Thank you. And does this fairly and accurately depict the scenes as it appeared on October 19th, 2019?
It appears to be.
All right. And this is a true and accurate recording of the scene?
Yes.
And besides the name of the file, has there been any edits, changes, additions, or deletions to the recording?
No.
All right. The government moves Exhibit 3 as this video from October 19th, 2019 into evidence.
The respondent has the same objection. I don't, if we can all agree, I don't need to go through it point by point yet again, that our objection on best evidence rule, foundation, et cetera, is preserved. And to that, I would add that there has been at this point no establishment of the relevance of the document, as we haven't seen what it does or does not show.
Zorchi, were you saying something?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can follow up with a couple more questions. Sorry, strike that. As part of the record, this is part of the record, so it should also be admitted, as did Government Exhibit 2. And I can ask Investigator Garcia what this video will depict, so they can show the relevancy of this video. Investigator Garcia, can you just tell the board what this video will show?
The video is going to show the victim leaving the establishment, getting into some altercation, what appears to be security staff, and the victim running to the right side of the establishment into an alley.
Why don't you show the video, have the witness testify about the video, and then try to move the evidence at that juncture?
Okay.
Because right now we have a video, and I don't know what it is that we are trying to prove.
Understood. Now, Investigator Garcia is now at the 2-minute and 12 mark. Can you please inform the board members what you're observing, starting at the top of the screen?
So the victim was just removed from the establishment. It seems to be he's having an altercation or a conversation with security staff. Himself, along with one more security member, seem to get in some type of altercation, and all the security staff seem to run after him.
All right. Now I'm going to fast forward to 5 minutes and 22 seconds. And starting from the bottom of the screen, tell the board members what you see.
The victim is walking from the other side of the street and walking toward the establishment. And he stopped in front of the same security staff there again. The victim starts to walk away and then returns to the security staff. I'm not sure what is being said, or nobody advised me of that. The victims go back. The victim seems to go back and forth. At this point, security staff is moving closer towards the victim. At this point, the victim put a few of his belongings on top of a white vehicle, and one of the members of the security staff walks around the black sedan vehicle to what it seems to be surround the victim. And at this point, we can't really determine. This is when the altercation or the assault took place. One of the security members goes onto the vehicle and removes the victim's items from it. The victim approaches one of the security staff to obtain his belongings or whatever may be, and the security staff responds by swinging on the victim. The gentleman running toward all of the men surrounding the victim was the head of the security, who is still there at this moment. Everyone, I guess, not sure what's going on at this moment. This is when the altercation was taking place. The gentleman walking away with the black pea coat is the head of security. And everyone seems to be returning to the establishment now.
Thank you. Sorry. At this time, the government moves Exhibit 3 into evidence.
I would renew my objection and add to it that the video shown does not give any meaningful indication as to who is who or what is going on. It's very small figures on a street doing something and doesn't comport with the testimony being given. So ant-sized figures on a video interacting in some manner in black and white is not relevant to the issue at hand.
I would argue that this video is relevant. The facts of the case that an altercation took place. The altercation is depicted on the video. Investigator Garcia did testify that he could observe an individual head of security in that video. and therefore it should be entered as an exhibit.
Again, I'll sustain the objection, but again, on the basis that this was one of the documents that was included in the case report, and by operation of law, the case report is a copy of our administrative record.
For the record, sorry, did you indicate that you sustained the objection?
I'm sorry. Yes. No, I'm sorry. You know what? I apologized. I apologize today. I'm overruling the objection. I'm overruling the objection. As I stated before, the video is listed as part of the administrative record, and by operation of law, the administrative record is a part of the record. Now, I think the issue as we move forward, whether or not what, based on the testimony, what weight, if any, the board should give to this video. So yes, it's part of the record, but I'm not sure what weight, if any, that the board would give to this video, whether or not it can. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so it's admitted, but I need to see, because it's already it's part of our administrative record, but towards making a decision on whether or not I'll leave it at that. Okay, that's where we are right now. So I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Investigator Garcia, did you review the establishment security plan?
I did.
Right. And was that part of your exhibit in your case report?
It was.
All right. Now turning your attention to the security plan that's attached as an exhibit to the case report, which is Government Exhibit 1. That's already been that has already been entered into evidence. Can you please read the second paragraph under altercations and conflict resolution?
Sure. The manager on duty
One
will
second,
be
one second.
alert.
No. Sorry, board's indulgence. Sorry. Board's indulgence. My apologies. Okay, sorry. Can you please read paragraph 2?
It is ASA's policy that any security personnel observing an altercation or potential problem that may result in an altercation will assist and or intervene when necessary to avoid escalation. Whenever possible, security personnel should work to defuse the situation and prevent further escalation.
Thank you.
As an okay.
Now, can you also, sorry, board's indulgence, can you also read the highlighted paragraph on page 20?
The manager on duty shall be alerted to an altercation by security personnel immediately. If the altercation becomes violent, security personnel or management shall contact MPD immediately.
And now, can you read that also on page 20, in that paragraph that starts with once offending the patron. Can you read that paragraph, please?
Once the offending patron is under control and is no longer a threat to his or her surroundings, the use of additional restraint by security personnel will not be tolerated. Continue.
Yes, please.
Any asset security personnel member who exhibits excessive force will be subject to immediate termination of employment.
Thank you. Now, did an altercation occur?
Yeah.
Now, did the establishment call the police?
It did not.
Okay, now, just one more. All right, sorry. Just once again, the government exhibit 1, page 21, in the case report, let me share it. Now, can you please, my apologies, having some technical issues here, trying to share the screen. All right, now under the incident report log, can you please read what that says, that paragraph?
Sure. Asset management will maintain a detailed incident report log in the management office. The log will be a chronological record of any incident at the establishment that involves an injury to a patron of any sort, any altercation that results in the ejection of a patron, a violent altercation, a weapon, a call to MPD or other emergency personnel. Anytime okay.
Thank you. Now, stop sharing. Now, did the establishment create an incident report log?
They did not.
And how do you know?
Because the head of security advised me of it.
Force indulgence. I have no further questions for Investigator Garcia. And that would present the government's case in chief.
Thanks. Your witness, Mr. Bianco.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Investigator Garcia. I am going to have some questions for you, mostly focused on your report. So I'd like to share my screen and bring that up so I can direct you to different parts of it. You'll bear with me for a moment. Now, on your screen, you should see your investigative report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So first, I want to go to page 1 of your report, really in the summary paragraph here. You cite that the establishment allowed a third party to maintain control over the security. Sorry, the exhibit's a little crooked, but you see where I'm highlighting there?
No, I don't see your highlighted area.
Okay, so 1,
Okay,
2. Okay, so it says allowing a third party to maintain control over security. What did you mean by that?
Mr. Baruch Sanir, his company is not a part of assets, so that would make it a third-party company.
Okay, so it's your understanding, is it your understanding that assets employed a third-party contractor to run the security for their establishment at that time?
According to the information I obtained, yes.
Okay. And now I want to move on to page 2 of the document. And on page 2 of the document, you indicate that you visited assets on Saturday, November the 2nd, 2019. Is that when your investigation began?
My investigation began prior to that, but I visited the establishment on that date.
Okay. Is there a reason why you waited 2 weeks to visit the establishment?
No, there's not.
And also on page 2, there is an indication that once the victim was removed from the establishment, he ran away and later came back. Is that your understanding of the facts?
Okay, where am I looking?
Bear with me for 1 second. Let me see if I can highlight it again for you. Right here, Mr. Briscoe stated that V1 came back to the establishment to curse and antagonize the security staff. Is that ultimately what you found, that he left and came back?
Yes, according to the multiple interviews that I conducted as well, yeah.
Okay. And also on page 2, you identify 7 members of the security staff that were working on October the 18th, and I'm highlighting that section there. And based on my understanding and reading your report, you actually interviewed 2 of those folks. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And is there a reason
3.
why? I'm sorry, 3. Okay, which 3 did you interview?
Maurice Bistro, Anthony Mays, and Barack Samir.
I'm sorry, what was the last one you said? I don't see him identified there.
The head of security.
Okay, Mr. Sanir.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Sanir indicate whether or not he was working on that night?
He did.
Okay, and he said he was working. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and if I understand your report correctly, Mr. Mays and Mr. Sanir, I'm sorry, Mr. Briscoe and Mr. Mays and Mr. Sanir stated to you that they did not call MPD. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know, how do you know whether or not one of the other 4 individuals did not call MPD?
According to security, they advised me that they were the only ones who were aware of the matter.
I'm sorry, who were the only ones that were aware of the matter?
The 3 security that I interviewed.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. You identified 5 individuals in the video that you say were involved in the altercation.
That's correct.
Okay, so how could only 3 of the security folks know about an altercation if 5 were involved?
This is what I was told while interviewing the members of the security staff.
Okay. And did you go back to MPD and check if they received any calls with respect to the incident that evening?
They did. The detective was actually conducting an investigation on the matter and requested video footage from me.
Right, but did you ask whether or not MPD received any calls reporting this incident?
No, I did not.
Is that something as an investigator that you would typically do? And I only ask because I've seen that in other cases.
No, it's not.
Okay. Now, on page 3 of the report, you indicate that you interviewed Detective Dwight Jones of MPD. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know the basis of Detective Jones's knowledge of the incident?
I do.
And did he personally witness the occurrences?
No, he did not.
Do you know whether or not he interviewed any of the witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, which witnesses did he interview?
I do not recall.
And it doesn't indicate in the report which witnesses he interviewed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the report, again, on page 3, specifically with respect to Detective Jones, indicated that the alleged victim was arrested. Did he indicate that any security staff was arrested in connection with this incident?
He did not state.
Okay. Do you know, or did you learn at any point subsequent whether or not any member of the security staff was arrested?
I do not.
Now, here it says on Sunday, November the 17th at approximately 12:45 a.m., investigator Garcia interviewed the owner. You see where it says that?
Correct.
Is there a reason that you could recall why you waited a month to interview Mr. Schaefer about this incident?
No. Just for the record, our schedules are very different.
Mr. Garcia, there's no question pending. Your lawyer,
Okay.
I'm sorry, the agency lawyer can ask you additional questions on redirect if he sees fit, okay?
Not the agency lawyer, Mr. Bianca, all right, the government. All right, let's move on. Go ahead.
We can call him the government. That's fine, Mr. Chair. So on the, again, still on page 3, you indicated that when you spoke with Mr. Schaefer, you told him that his security system is not helpful and should be revised. Why did you say that?
There's no zooming function on his system.
Okay. And that made it difficult to see what was going on in the outside video, did it not?
It made it difficult to identify.
Now, looking to page 4 of your report, I am specifically looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs I'm highlighting right now. that talks about the video. Do you see where I'm highlighting?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in each of those 4 paragraphs, there are timestamps identifying when certain events occurred. For example, 2:02.17 a.m. The victim could be seen being thrown out of the establishment and attempted to hit one of the security staff. Do you see where it says that?
Correct.
Okay. And am I correct that those timestamps correspond to the time of day?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the first line there where it says the review of CH12, that is the identifier of the camera. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the 4 different paragraphs, I see each addresses a different camera. Camera 12, camera 13, camera 7, and camera 16. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So why were only 2 videos then discussed in your testimony if you actually reviewed 4 of them?
I'm sorry, you said why is only 2 of the videos being discussed?
Yes.
Because the attorney asked me about 2 of the videos.
Okay. And do you have, can you tell me which of these 4, can you tell me which 2 were presented?
CH12.
Mm-hmm. Is that the only one or was there another one?
No, there was another.
Okay.
And it was CH13.
Okay. And were those the only 2 that were appended to this report?
Wait, I'm sorry, give me 1 minute. I'm sorry, it was CH12 and CH7 that was reviewed today.
Okay. And are those the only 2? Well, I'm sorry, let me ask you a different question. Of the videos identified here, which were appended to this report?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Okay, so we're looking at your report and you have identified 4 separate videos from 4 separate cameras. Okay? Only 2 of them have been moved into evidence today. And what I'm asking you is, of the 4 videos that you have actually identified in your report, which ones were attached to the report?
All 4.
All 4. Okay. Do you know why then the report and all of its exhibits has not been tendered in its entirety?
I do not.
Okay. Now, looking again specifically at these paragraphs where you talk about the video, I want to look at the first one, which addresses camera 12. And really, it's the first couple of sentences. And it says, the review of camera CH12 disclosed that V1 could be seen being thrown out of the establishment at 2:02 and 17 a.m., attempted to hit one of the security staff at 2:02 and 31 a.m., and run away from the 3 security staff. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So, the very next sentence says at 2:05:47 a.m., V1 and the security staff are having a discussion and moving closer to V1. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you know why the purported victim after he ran away, then returned to the establishment that he had just been thrown out of?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether upon his return, apparently 2 minutes after he ran away, I'm sorry, 3 minutes after he ran away, do you know whether or not he tried to re-enter the establishment?
I don't.
Okay. And the incident, am I correct that the incident that is the subject of your report is what occurred outside and is, you say, depicted in the video exhibit number 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not your testimony that you've made any findings that there was a violation inside of the establishment, correct?
The establishment was in violation.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking the incident that you determined to be a violation occurred outside and not inside of the establishment.
No.
Okay, so what occurred inside the establishment that you contend in your report is a violation?
The establishment failed to have their incident report log inside of the establishment.
Okay, but the physical incident is limited to outside. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the 2 video exhibits that were presented today do not have a time and date stamp on them as stated in your report. Do you know why that is?
I do not.
Okay. And
the footage wasn't timestamped.
okay, so when you say the footage it wasn't time stamped, when was it not time stamped?
The original footage wasn't provided. The original footage, originally, the timestamp, according to the establishment advised me that the video stamp comes up for about 2 to 3 seconds, which is CH12 underscore 2019 1019 underscore 0200. 0200 is the time of the video footage. The video footage is 30 minutes long. The video footage was from 2 to 2:30.
Okay, so when you state the timestamps in your report, you didn't read them off of the video, you extrapolated it based on the representations that were made to you about the name of the file. Is that what happened?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. So the times noted in your report were not timestamps on the video. Rather, you extrapolated those times by adding time to the start point of the video. Is that how you got to those times?
No, it's not how I got to the times. The establishment advised me of how the system works and advised me that that's how the time works. That's how I determine what times to really review the video footage.
Okay,
Because I
so
reviewed the video footage with the establishment first.
okay, so the establishment gave you these times, or you did math to come up with them?
I didn't do math to come up with them. It was provided by the establishment. So the establishment told me the video footage is from 2 to 2:30. If the video footage starts at 00 and I rewind it 6 minutes, that's 2:06. That's how I came to the determination of 2:02:17.
Okay, so the establishment told you that the video started exactly at 2 a.m.
Correct.
Okay.
They provided me multiple footages. They provided me from 2 a.m. and also 2:30.
And you just counted forward using the run times of the video to get the timing in your report. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad we cleared that up. Now, you indicate in your report that you never spoke with the victim or the purported victim of this incident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the officer investigating the incident on scene is named Officer Backus. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you never spoke with him either, right?
No, his case was forwarded to Detective Jones.
Now, when you were giving testimony about video number 1, you described what the alleged victim was wearing, including the colors of his outfit, correct?
Correct.
So how did you know what colors he was wearing if the video shown was black and white?
That's my assumption, black and white, from reviewing the video footage.
Now, and I'll bring up the video if we need to refresh your recollection, but you testified at 7:14 in video number 1 that someone who appeared to be a member of security was re-entering with what you assumed to be the victim's clothing and shoe. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it looked to me like a guy in a hoodie. Could you tell me what identifies that person as security?
The badge on his right arm.
And do you know which member of the security team that person was?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not it's one of the folks, one of the 3 folks that you talked to, or one of the 4 others?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know whether or not that was one of the 3 people that you interviewed for purposes of your investigation, or if it was one of the 4 others?
One of the 3 people I interviewed.
Okay, but you don't know which one.
No.
Okay. And brief indulgence for one moment. I am looking at the video. And hoping I won't have to show it. Okay, I am gonna have to show the video, so if you will Indulge me while I bring it up. Okay, so I am showing you what was marked as government exhibit number 2, which is the video, and is the person entering with the shoe and jacket. And can you tell me from that still of the video whether the person depicted is wearing a badge of any kind?
In this angle, no.
Okay. And where do you contend the badge was on his hoodie?
On his opposite side of his arm.
Okay. So if this video that was proffered as government 2 doesn't show the badge, what piece of information did you review to make that determination?
A separate video footage that was also reviewed of the security staff leaving the establishment. On his right arm, he had a badge.
Okay. And that is one of, I take it that is one of the 4 videos that was
Correct.
not produced as part of the investigative report, correct?
I believe so.
And I'm going to stop sharing that video, and I am going to bring up the second, which has been marked as government number 3. And for some reason, I can't get that one to play. Okay, strike that. And when you testified about government number 3, how did you determine in the video that the person who approached what you say are the security staff was in fact the victim?
I'm sorry, what's exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 is the second video showing the exterior.
Okay. And what's the question?
How did you determine that the victim returned to the premises from that video?
He walked up to the establishment.
Okay. And it's your testimony that from that video, you were able to determine that person's identity.
Not his identity, but he was the one the establishment ejected from, the security staff removed from the establishment.
Correct. That part I get. So at 2:12 in the video, you testified that the victim was removed from the establishment and runs away, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then testified at 5:22 in the video, the victim returns. And what my question is how are you able to determine at 5:22 in the video, the person that appears is in fact the victim?
From what he has on.
Let me just make sure I don't have Anything else for you? I think I covered everything. Thank you very much, investigator. Both the board and then your attorney may have some additional questions for you.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Investigator Garcia, thank you for your presentation today and for your investigative report. There's been a lot of dissection of your investigative report this afternoon. So just for clarification, what potential violations are you asking the board to consider?
The only thing I'll say, Mr. Grandison, that the government was the one who charged who drafted the charging document. So based on the charging documents, based on the report, the government issued the charging document. So we need to go to, if you're going to ask, you need to go to the charging document.
Oh, thank you.
That is because those are the issues in the case, not whatever potential violations.
I misspoke, and I want to thank you for that clarification. But going to the charging document, Investigator Garcia, what does that state?
Under my case report?
Yes.
It states DC Official Code 25766 prohibited statements. DC Official Code 25797 limitation on transfer of responsibility for licensee security. And DC Official Code 25823 16 revocation or suspension for violation of this title or misuse of licensed premises.
And does your investigative report also speak towards the security plan?
It does.
And in that report, just for my reminding me, what does your report state about compliance or non-compliance with the filed security plan?
It's stating as far as
this incident.
For the security plan, it's very detailed. Their security plan is very detailed, and it states everything that they're required to do. It just seems that the establishment failed to follow what is in their proposed security plan.
So specifically, is there a requirement in the security plan about contacting police?
There is.
And what is that requirement? When does that get triggered?
As soon as an incident takes place.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Garcia, you testified about the security. I'm sorry. An incident log.
Correct.
How did you know that they did not create an incident log?
The head of security advised me that.
What did the head of security specifically advise you to? What did he say?
So when I first started, I asked him of the incident log, and I asked him, could he provide me of the incident that takes place? He said it's in his car. So I advised him that the incident log was required to be inside the establishment, and then he stated that he didn't have an incident for that log because he never logged one.
Did you ask him if anyone else had created one that he could provide you with?
No, because the log he had possession of. So the entire log was in his possession.
All right, so you're saying the entire log was in his possession and he said he did not have an entry for that for that specific incident?
Correct.
Now, regarding contacting the police, who did you speak to regarding who contacted the police?
The ABC manager, the head of security, everyone that I interviewed, I asked if MPD was contacted.
And what did they say?
No.
Do you know if MPD was ever contacted by anyone, the victim, the potential victim, or anyone from the establishment?
The victim did contact MPD and advised them of an assault that took place. That's why the MPD's officer's case got transferred to the detective.
So you're saying that the victim contacted the police to say that he was assaulted at the establishment?
Correct. Without that notification, we wouldn't have been made aware of the incident that took place.
I don't have any questions. Any further questions? Any other questions by the board members? All right, Mr. Ortiz, any recross?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Investigator Garcia, now regarding, sorry, strike that. On November 17, 2019, did you interview the head of security?
I did.
And what did he say regarding the fight?
I'm sorry?
What did he state regarding the altercation that took place?
He did say that he observed a group of men were fighting and attempted to break it up.
And did he mention if his security staff was part of the group of men in that?
He advised later that 2 of his security staff were among the men in fighting.
Okay, thank you. Now, you testified that you had difficulty identifying the people on the video. Is that correct?
Correct.
But were you able to identify the victim?
I was.
All right. And how were you able to identify the victim besides the clothing?
With the multiple video footages that was provided to me, I was able to follow the trail.
Thank you. Now, were you also able to identify the head of security?
Yeah.
And how were you able to identify him?
A black pea coat with fur on the collar.
And once again, who provided you this security footage?
The establishment.
And now, did the victim was the victim removed from inside the establishment?
He was.
Now, does assets security plan indicate that they must log an incident for any altercation that results in the ejection of a patron?
It does.
And was the patron ejected?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just one, and it goes to Mr. Ortiz's last question. You testified that the security plan requires that the establishment call MPD following an altercation that results in a patron being ejected. There was no altercation prior to the ejection here, was there, or did I miss something?
I would object to that. My question was based on the incident report law, not the MPD.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, strike that. So same question, but with the report log. Any altercation that results in patron's ejection has to be logged. It's my understanding of the testimony that there was no altercation prior to the ejection. Is that correct?
I can't determine. I can't determine that.
Okay, so in your report, you made no determination that there was an altercation prior to the ejection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
I think you had stated, Mr. Ortiz, that the government rests after the presentation of does the government have another witness in which to call?
No, the government does not have any other witnesses. The government rests.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I can open and close simultaneously. We're going to rest on burden of proof. I will be asking for briefings, but I can quickly outline my position if it pleases the board.
Go ahead, sir.
So here we are, everybody, 3 years after the incident that took place, arguing about it. And our motion to dismiss was denied. I get that. We've preserved the issue. And hopefully we won't have to argue it again after post-hearing briefs. I will just say that the only reason given by the government for a 3-year delay is COVID, which flies in the face of the hundreds of cases that were filed and adjudicated by this board from March of 2020 until today. It's weak at best, if not disingenuous. The evidence you heard shows that the government has not met its burden. They have to show a violation took place by clear and convincing evidence. They did not. There was no violent incident. There was no altercation or anything else that occurred inside of the establishment prior to the removal of the patron, triggering any obligation by the establishment to call MPD or issue any kind of report. By all accounts, they handled the ejection of the patron in a compliant and appropriate manner. Again, once outside, the patron fled. He disengaged. He left. He was no longer a patron at that moment. He decided to come back to have a confrontation, looking for a fight. He didn't need to. That's just what he did. Perhaps the result of that was predictable. But what you have here is a person who was not a patron walking up to a group of independent contractors, standing on the street, doing nothing to accomplish the business purpose of the entity, engaging in some type of altercation not on the licensed premises. And that word licensed premises is an important one because that is the specific language of the statute under which this particular respondent is charged. Use of the licensed premises for an unlawful purpose, or allowing the licensed premises to be used for an unlawful purpose. That did not happen. And let me just speak to the unlawfulness aspect of it. There was no arrest. There was no prosecution. There is nothing indicating that outside of the licensed premises, an alcohol law was violated or a obligation to report or log was triggered. Now, what I'm not getting into is the gross deficiency of the evidence that was presented. The report is essentially completely from top to bottom, not only hearsay, but double, and in some cases, triple hearsay. It is inherently unreliable, and based on the evidence that has been presented, it is specifically unreliable as to the evidence that was presented in this particular case. Now, I would also note that by the investigator's own admission, the report was incomplete. The report contained, by the investigator's testimony, 4 videos. We were only shown 2. The report as a whole, being 3 years old and with the representations contained therein that are not corroborated by anybody's testimony, is not worth the paper that it's printed on. It underscores our case as to why the government should not be waiting 3 years to prosecute stale cases. There is a Court of Appeals case that specifically addresses the applicable standard for the unlawful purpose statute for incidents that occur outside of the establishment. That case is Lavelle, Levelle, versus the DC Alcoholic Control Board. And I don't have the citation with me, but it will certainly be featured in our briefing. And what that case essentially establishes is that incidents that occur outside the licensed premises, without evidence of the manner in which the respondent has carried out their business, is not sufficient to trigger a violation of that statute. We, of course, understand that single incidents can constitute a violation of the unlawful purpose statute. So we get that that's there, but more information is needed other than an incident, perhaps, based on the video I saw, might not even have, but perhaps occurred outside of the licensed premises. Based on that, we don't think there is any legal basis on this record to find that the government proved by clear and convincing evidence that there was any violation of any alcohol law in this case. And as I mentioned at the outset, and I think once during, I would like to submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, since our defense is essentially a legal one as opposed to a factual dispute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. So that's your opening and closing, or do you anticipate doing a closing?
That's my opening and closing. Asking me to go on longer is dangerous, as you know, so I will be quiet now and let Mr. Ortiz say his piece.
I just want to know what the expectation, because I would have so your presentation is an opening and it's based on opening and closing, so therefore you've rested, is that correct?
I have rested, that is correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Ortiz, you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you. The government has proven to the board by substantial evidence the licensee allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful or disorderly purpose in violation of DC Code Section 25-823-82 and violated its terms of the board approved security plan in violation of DC Code Section 25-823-86. We heard from Investigator Garcia that investigated assets, and he stated that a patron was removed because he was stealing this. A patron was removed from the establishment because he was stealing the stripper's money from the ground. That altercation resulted in the removal of a patron, and we viewed surveillance footage taken from assets depicting that removal of the patron. Investigator Garcia described the members of the asset securities surrounded the victim and assaulted him. We also saw footage of that assault. We also observed a member of the security team retrieve the victim's property and take it inside of the establishment. Investigator Garcia interviewed several members of the security team. Specifically, Investigator Garcia spoke to the head of security, Barack Sahiner, and he informed Investigator Garcia that 2 of his security were among the men in the fight. Investigator Garcia also testified that a member of the security team took the victim's belongings and brought them inside of the establishment. Now, turning to the evidence supporting charge 2, violating the terms of the board approved security plan. Investigator Garcia testified that the term security plan requires assets to maintain a detailed incident report log and must record any incident at the establishment that involves an altercation that results in the ejection of a patron. Investigator Garcia testified, and we saw footage that the victim was ejected from the establishment. Investigator Garcia also indicated that security plan states that a manager or security personnel shall contact the MPD if an altercation becomes violent. Now, we heard from Investigator Garcia that that MPD was not called. He spoke to the head of security and the other security staff and the ABC manager. He was informed that they did not call MPD. Now, we also heard from Investigator Garcia that security plan does not allow for the security personnel to use excessive force. Based on this, the government has therefore proven the charge in the notice to show cause. The government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. The record is now closed, and I believe Mr. Bianco has already informed us that he intends to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. Is that correct, Mr. Bianco?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And so the transcript should be available. The transcript should be available within approximately 3 weeks. The proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are required to be submitted to the agency 30 days after receipt of the transcript. And it's my belief that the agency will issue a decision within 90 days upon after that period of time. Okay.
Just a quick question. Just so even though the government does not wish to issue its own facts and conclusion of law, the board is deciding that it's going to rule on that and provide us the transcript.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you, sir.
Sorry. So do both parties have to provide the facts and the conclusion of law? Is that the ruling that the board's going to basically give what opposing counsel wishes?
That's not my decision. As part of these hearings, I always ask the question, are the parties going to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law? And the licensee in this particular case informed us that he intends to do that. So I have no say whether or not the government wishes to also do that also. I have to honor the request of the licensee that this is what he intends to do. And so therefore we will hold off in making a decision until we receive this information. I would hope that the government would also do the same, but that's not the board's call. We're just procedurally, this is where we are.
Yeah, understood. I just wanted a little bit of clarity because, as you mentioned, typically the board submits the findings of facts. So thank you.
Right. No, but I'm saying we'll do that. But in these show cause hearing status, one party or the other always says that they want to do it, and I think a lot of times the other party waits to see what the other side is going to say. So it's like if one side says that I'm going to do it, then the other party will say, yes, I guess I'll do it, or both parties jointly waive that option. But in this case, even before asking the question, counsel for the licensee has affirmatively stated that this is what he intends to do. So therefore, the board cannot make a final determination until we have received these proposed finding of fact and conclusion of law.
Understood.
All right. But all right. Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions before I close?
Not for the district.
All right, Mr. Bianco.
Nothing from the respondent. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Appreciate it.
Hold on, please. Okay. So as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 19-251-00157 assets pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 19-251-00157 assets for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen
Cato
will second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Cato second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, and I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Again, the transcript should be available in about 3 weeks, and the proposed findings, in fact, and conclusion of law, they're due to the board 30 days upon receipt of the transcript. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You as well.
All right, we have come to the end of our calendar for the day. And so since we're at the end of our calendar for the day, let me close the records for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on November 9th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal licensing and investigative agenda for November 9th, 2022, as published in DC Register on November 4th, 2022. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will
Grandis.
second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been seconded. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I want to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearings today, the board members who participate in our hearings today. We are now adjourned for the day. I will now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development and action. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.